Hey, good morning. What is up with people? What is happening? Oh, come on. Like, immediately, bro? Fuck me. Hey, nobles. Jesus fucking Christ. That's quick. That's real quick. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, jeez. You get 10 push-ups because it's fucking early morning and stuff. It's my duty to make you push up that booty. Sick. Oh my gosh. How you doing, nobles? How's the sound, by the way? Because like I've had trouble with the sound with the setup. Feels like the music might be a bit too loud. Doing good. Hear you just fine. Nice. Nice. Oh my gosh. I just now realized that you answered me on Discord as well. Oh, nice. Aw, you're such a sweetheart, man. I just read your message on Discord. It was nice being able to game with you yesterday and help you out during the stream, a little bit at least. Oh my gosh. I'm not looking forward to the day I have to do a 24-hour stream again. It's gonna be sucky. Hey, Pix! What up? Wait, I'm at 1687 now? Yo, I gotta change that. It's like insane. 1687. Ooh, boy. What the fuck? Hey, River. What the fuck? Jesus, that one was fun. It was fun, man. How you doing, River? You good? You're at work? Oh, and you're joining me? That's fucking sweet, ain't it? You're such a sweetheart. Same shit, different day. Oh my god. You're gonna heal up a little bit. That was you at work. Gotcha. Now that I can understand. Were they being idiots at work today? Nope, we're gonna hide while our power charges up. I'm gonna play a little bit of Dune right now, because that's usually my morning routine. And then I'm gonna try to do something productive today while playing some Teamfight Tactics. So y'all can hang with me while I lose in the mini rift. Even more. That sucks, man. Alright, that dude is dead. I got a new sword. Wah! And please, anyone and everyone, tell me if the sound levels needs changing. Because, like, to me, it's fine right now. Dude gets, like... gets first, like, every game. I need to play Supervive with him. What the fuck? Freak the devil out of here. Oh, thanks for the bits, River. And the laughs. Oh my gosh. Alright, we're gonna go get in there. I hate these ones. I've been out here in the deep desert. It's the PvP area, general PvP area, but I've been sticking to the PvE portions of it because twice now I've been out in the PvP area and I've been rocket bombed by griefers. That's the thing that happens in this game, sadly, is people, usually Russians. You can't hear the Tanja? Oh, it's probably because of the desktop audio. That should be better. Try the honk one with the redeems. Wait, I can try it. Man, I need to fix that as well. Good morning, Ducky. You heard it? Nice. How are you, Duck? Are you surviving today, or are you thriving?
Welcome to All Things Scottish. Our
Oh my
slogan
gosh,
is, if it's no
and
Scottish, it's
Stoney's
crap.
here. Fuck's sake, my goddamn suspensor belt broke. Oh, I hate that. Alright, well. We're gonna go down here then. I summoned Ducky with the honks. This is true. This is true. I was thinking last night that if I ever need to change my stream name, it would be Dr. Honk or Dr. Goose. I think that would be way more fun. Where the fuck am I supposed to go then? To be able to get in there. Oh my gosh. So I was midnight, I'm drinking a nice root beer float. Oh my god, root beer float? Root beer floats fucking rock, yo. Like, whoever had the idea of mixing ice cream with soda, just genius. Pure genius. So now we got all the Yanks in the chat and Stony, who doesn't sleep. I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna do here. You know what? Screw it. I'm just not gonna hang out here anymore. Or... wait. Ouchies. Oh, come on. Yeah, this is the other entrance. Nothing is there. Ducky! Yeah, I don't know what to do with this one. Screw it. It's not allowed to be my friend anymore. We're gonna go to the Imperial testing station. What the fuck? Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Also, that's what I sound like when I eat carrots. But I eat carrots with my butt. No, I don't. Speaking of carrots, I made fried rice yesterday with carrots in it. But I forgot it after we ate it, so I left it out overnight. And the wife told me that she looked it up, and if you leave rice out overnight, apparently it goes real bad real fast. So I had to throw out like a whole thing of fried rice, and I'm so fucking mad at myself because this is like the second time in a week that I forget food overnight out in the kitchen. And I'm so annoyed with myself because I hate wasting food. Grew up in a Hungarian home, can't waste food. It was a sad game of Repo with doctors. Nobles died so many times. I was impressed that I was the one surviving constantly. Nobles just continuously died. That's the sound when you eat anything. Nice. I feel like that's the sound everyone should be making while eating, just like if it's good, you know. If it's good food, you're not gonna know whether you're having food or getting fucked. No. Why am I like this? Hello. Pick up identification band. So tired I was worse than them. I don't appreciate that I'm being used as the example standard of what is the worst. Glad I was around to keep Knowles awake. I was happy to be around as well. Poor little Nobles. What would he have done without me? No, don't! Oh, come on. Please tell me I can open you again. Oh, thank you. You are too kind, Mr. Nobles, too kind. You know, next time you're doing a 24-hour stream and you need some, a Swedish pick-me-up, just, I was gonna say just call me, but that's gonna be tough, but give me a shout-out. I'll come running. 2 weeks from now, 2 weeks. Wait, 2 weeks. Where are my 2 weeks? 2 weeks should work for me. I'm pretty sure. We got a lot of plans in August coming up. Bestie's getting married, and we're having her bachelorette party that I've planned. So, you know, that's gonna be interesting. Live stream the wedding. I won't live stream the wedding, but I'll take plenty of pictures and videos. And if Bestie allows me to, I'll post them all on the Discords. Yeah, she's getting married to the man of her life, who's like, he's such a good dude, such a nice, wholesome man, and also one of the sickest fucks I've ever met. It's such an interesting combination with that dude. Because, like, literally, he's the most caring man I've ever met. I'm so happy for Bestie that they're getting married. But he also has the darkest sense of humor, that guy. Like, it's always out of left field, always unexpected, and always way worse than you thought any human was capable of thinking. You've seen the dress as well, pics? Oh my gosh. Yeah, she's really, really beautiful in that dress. Oh my god. Stream chat needs to interview him. We need to make sure he's the one. I think it's kind of late for that. I mean, it's not even a month till the wedding. But next time Bestie is streaming, you should bring that up. Like, that the stream chat needs to interview him. Hey, Artie. Hey, Artie. Artie Farty. No, sorry. I'm a horrible person. Ah, balls! I can't fly. Got a new Thopter and everything. See, it's a different design as well. I've spent some money making sure that I look as Atreides as possible. You love me, bud. There's still time. Oh, come on, bro. That means I gotta land first. Man, I hate you. You're gonna hide in this corner here. You motherless fuck. Ball sacks. Alright, fine. One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh my gosh. 2 more than I did last time, just for nobles. Those 2 extra, only for Reggie. No one else was allowed to look at them. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. I'm so... Alright. Nice. Whew. There you go, Reggie. Oh my gosh. I don't want to get super sweaty this early in the morning, but if I do, I'll take it. I'll have to deal with it. So my thinking was that I'd play some Dune Awakening today, because every week on Mondays, not on Tuesdays, I was wrong last time. Every week on Mondays, the deep desert, that is the main PvP area, resets. There's a Coriolis storm, and everything gets erased and replaced. Which also means that a lot of people won't be live, won't be playing right now, because they've already moved their bases or changed their bases. So today is a good day to run around in the deep desert and find stuff. Let's be real, you're not playing Dune, you're playing Push-Up Simulator VR. True. True, bro. True. There should be a tag for that as well. It's like playing games in between push-up sets. Reveal yourself. I will not. Oh, fuck. No. Oh, shit. This is gonna suck. This is gonna suck. I'm gonna die. Yeah, I died. Balls. We need a custom BEM emote doing push-ups. Right? That would be cool. Deep Sector A9. Oh, that should work. Oh, I know my suspensor build is broken. Oh my gosh. I've been thinking about that actually, that I'd like more emotes and new emotes. And I'm more and more thinking that I want duck emotes or goose emotes. So it'd be fun to have like a goose with a beard. So a goose with a beard doing push-ups. Goose with a beard being angry. Etc, etc. That's one dead. That's 2 dead. Knee to the face! There you go. You are now dead. Access granted. Let's go. Let's just loot this place. So these Imperial testing stations are the one place in the deep desert where you can find intelligence, and you use intelligence to research more stuff. And I want to research literally everything that is researchable. So that's what we're doing right now. We're just grabbing all the research stations we haven't grabbed yet, and when we're done with that, we're gonna go back to our forward base, and then after that, we're gonna start mining titanium like crazy. We're gonna find as much titanium as we can and bring it back. Titanium and stravidium. See? Intelligence. Ooh, nice. Can throw away these two. Could I? It's too heavy. Gotcha. Interact. We're gonna grab those. Good night, Artie. Thanks for checking in, for stopping by, for being with us here. Hope you sleep well, sleep tight. Hope you don't have nightmares about Reggie. I know I usually do. Who doesn't play AFK Journey, I need you all to help tell them to make a duo action of piggyback ride and pillow fight. Oh my gosh, that'd be sick. I'm not on AFK Journey anymore, but if it was, I'd help you with this endeavor. For sure skis. You want a pillow fight with Stony? Okay. Sure. Later, taters. Nightmares of him killing me in lockdown. Just those PTSD flashbacks never end. Alright. I have a sword. Swing, swing, sword. I got coffee too, because I'm a grown up. Oh my gosh. See, we got 123 research now. That is awesome. Thing is, like, yeah, I have vehicles left and weapons left to research. We're just gonna research as much as we can. That's 18 left. Oh, the back door open. Whoa, what's the lag here? Why'd you do that? We got these jet boosters that I fucking love them. Like, I can't carry shit with this scout plane, but it's so fast. I'm so satisfied with it. Ugh. And I've been mapping out a bunch of the desert as well. Trying to figure out, like, where's the best place to actually build a base. You can see, like, the deep desert is huge. I haven't, like, this is the PvP area. I haven't mapped that out yet, because mapping out the PvP area is fucking dangerous. Anything above row 5. So, E5, Kurvanyad. Wait, where's the... B, C, D, E5. Here we go. Anything above the middle here is PvP. So PvE, PvP. And then sometimes you'll go into PvP areas here, but that's because there are control points in the game. Like, there's a larger political thing happening in the game that I haven't bothered with at all. And the different houses of the Dune worlds fight for supremacy. So you have control points all over Arrakis. And you do missions for them, and then you can take the control points and shit. I don't understand fully how it works. But those control points in the area near them are always PvP. And I try to avoid them. It should update me on when the Coriolis storm hits as well. So I got another forward base way further up. I thought I abandoned it, but stuff doesn't work properly in the deep desert. But here's my forward base. So we got this. This is my carrier thopter. Or not carrier thopter, it's a scout thopter with extra inventory. Basically. I'm just placing shit in here, and we're gonna go here. I'm gonna recycle a bunch of shit. Sandbike PSU, buggy engine. Right. Alright. There we go. Man, I don't have a repair station here. Idiots. Alright, we're gonna place that there. Just trying to sort stuff out here. And these are schematics. And I've heard that they're not always the easiest to find. So whenever I do find them, I just get as many, like I just consume them all. You can sell them as well, but I don't see the point. Apart from giving other people the chance to get rare stuff, I guess. But fuck other people, man. Alright. Utilities. We need iron ingots for that. No, alright. And I guess we won't. See, there used to be a base here. Another player was here. But they have already moved. And there's a control point just over yonder. Good morning, Miss Frankenstein. How are you today, good lady? Are you thriving or are you surviving? Or mayhaps both? Florence in his house. Sick. Man, I still think the game is too loud when you activate the Thopter. Sound effects volume. Has to be that one, right? Apply. Whoa, laggy. Hello, darlings. Oh my gosh. Meow, 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 meow. There we go. Got that titanium ore, baby. So I've been scanning a lot of the deep desert as well. I'm just gonna grab some strontium mass here too. Surviving body does not like the weather. Man, I feel that. I hope your body treats you better as the day goes on. Otherwise, you gotta punish it. You gotta spank yourself if your body does not like you more? No, wait. So anyway, we're in the deep desert trying to just gather as many resources as possible before the Coriolis storm hits. Spank myself, got it. Remember, nobles, if you're gonna spank yourself, you better record it and send it to me and Pixie. I think we both would enjoy it. Just some spanking. Alright, we're just gonna go north. Spank, spank, spank. Doctor's orders must comply. Nice. Alright. I'm gonna check here. Ooh, we got a testing station over there. Got some titanium here and strontium and titanium. Yeah. Yeah, so this row. The 8 row. So where are we going? 8 row. Row, row. Like I said, I don't think there's a lot of people on early in the morning or this close to the Coriolis storm hitting. People usually like finish up Sunday evening. Like, this is an MMO with the deep desert being like the PvP area, and I don't think a lot of people are awake this early to fight each other, which means it's an ideal opportunity for solo players like me to go into the PvP areas and check shit out. I'm saying that now, in a few minutes you're gonna see someone's gonna come carpet bomb me with rockets. I'm gonna hate everything so much. Is it alright if I can strip help with the spanking? I might have trouble reaching. Oh my gosh. Sure, but then I don't want the video. That'd be perverted. Self-flagellation, absolutely, but as a group activity, no. I can't abide by that. Can't abide by that. Sorry. I know for a fact you're not married, so that stuff is not allowed. You perverts. You truly are a product of Satan and his sins. I'm happy with how much titanium we're finding right now. I'm gonna get some strontium as well. I need to be married to be spanked by another. Yeah, or if it's a parent spanking you, but then it should only be as a form of admonishment. Obviously. And nothing fun. You're not allowed to be spanked unless you're married. Yeah, people didn't know that about me, but I'm super Christian. Like, definitely, you gotta wait till marriage. You're not allowed to do stuff if you're not married and stuff. No, I'm just kidding. I'm Swedish. I'm a huge slut. God damn it! Damn society's obsession with two-way partnership. Wait, I gotta see here. Where can I go? We got some titanium ore there. We got that testing station over there, but I kind of don't wanna. There's a shuckle in chat. Noble's important perspective is open to all married and non-married participants. That is very magnanimous of you, Nobles. A spanking emporium, even. I'm just trying to picture it. Fuck, my brain is like, what would a spanking emporium look like? Because an emporium, like, implies that it's of a certain size. Like, I'm thinking the big Targets or big Walmarts. Because, yeah, I've been to those. I'm a cool European man. I've been to the US. But, like, if it's the whole emporium dedicated to spanking, is it, like, different types of spanking paraphernalia as well? Or, like, different rooms? Different sizes of the spankers, different strength spankers. Like, do you have one room where there's a strong man just spanking the ever living shit out of you, and another room where it's like a little old grandma in a gimp suit spanking you lightly? It's got to be inclusive. For us poor people who can't deal with it ourselves may perhaps need machines to help us. Yeah, that's a valid question as well. Spanking machines. Will there be a variety of spanking machines? Yeah, we're going up there. Big machines. Wow, Ducky. Real people doing the spankings. That's right, Nobles. Putting real jobs into the hands of real Americans. Bringing back the good old industry of spanking. My grandpappy was a spanker, and his pappy before him. We done been spankers in this family for generations. Oh wait, I gotta stop having the brain I have. No, it's fun. Oh my gosh, alright. Fucking, oh god. This game is buggy at times. Nothing like a good handprint on the cheek. I'm learning so much about my chat right now. So many things. I didn't want to learn, but it's my own dang fault that I'm learning this. Where are you? Titanium ore? This is some Willie Nelson. You might not know this about me either, but I love Willie Nelson. The red-haired stranger. Wonderful musician. Rent a spank, not to be confused with rent a spunk. Oh, fuck off. Oh, Jesus Christ in heaven. Oh my gosh. Miss Frankenstein, if your mother could know what you write online, she'd be proud. She'd be so proud. Mama, I'm sexually harassing people online. Multiple people at once. Yay! I'm making people uncomfortable all over the internet. We don't have that 18 plus tag anymore, right? Nope. You know what? Whatever. That is called efficiency. True. Yeah, we're gonna check for more stuffs here. Oh, I see titanium. Ah, shit. My wings. Honestly thought you had that sign up. Sorry. No, it's all good. I don't care too much. What are they gonna do? Cancel me? Cancel me like they did Colbert? That's something that really got me sad, by the way, that Colbert and the Late Show are getting canceled. But I know he's not gonna stop working. Like, Colbert will probably just go back to whatchamacallit, The Daily Show, and work with Jon Stewart and them. Like, he's too talented to not have a job. Solidarity among pervs, right? Over in the chat. Gotta say as well, like, I'm impressed by the capabilities of my gaming computer, because, like, I'm streaming from the gaming computer now. And the streaming computer itself, while I was streaming from it and playing games on another computer, it was constantly dropping frames. Meaning it wouldn't, like, send everything that was available. And now, it's all good. Like, it's not dropping a single fucking frame. I'm gonna drop this DrVem mass just because I want as much titanium as possible before I fly back to base. The DrVem is, like, super easy to find. Alright, great. Nice. It's the titanium that you gotta worry about. I need coffee, gotta go make some. Go make some coffee. Can't believe you don't have coffee already. I always have a cup of coffee nearby. So, I'm a coffee fiend. Oh my lord. This is something I really enjoy about the deep desert overall, is that you can just glide for miles and miles and miles. I haven't been enlightened a day in my life. This is slander. It appears that the AI is offline. It went and hid. It noticed that Miss Frankenstein was mad, and it's like, oh no! Mad Swedes. What are we gonna do? Oh my gosh. Scared away with all talks of spanking. Probably, Ducky, probably. If there's anything I know about AIs, is that they can't deal with spankings. It's just too much for them. Man, my beard is itchy as fuck. I haven't had a proper beard oil for ages. I thought I found one from L'Oreal. It was like cedar oil, or cedar tree oil, but it gave me a rash. It's so annoying. I need like proper, like fat beard oil. Because right now my beard is dry as fuck, and that means it's itchy. You wouldn't know? No, I assumed you don't have a beard, Ducky. Yeah, but that's the thing, like, if you don't have beard oil, it gets real fucking itchy. And I like my beard. I think it suits me, having a beard. I'm pretty with a beard. I don't know if the stream has ever seen me without a beard. Should that be redeemed, that like for 100,000 points I'll shave off my beard or something? I know a few viewers who I think have that beard removal. Right? It does look good on me. Got a nice beard genetics. Beardgetics. Alright, the question now is, am I gonna fly down with the thing here? Or am I gonna fly home? You know what, I'm gonna fly home. We're gonna fly home to the main base, and we're going to see if we can't build another assault thopter. Because those usually have more space, and you can put boosters on them. Save it on live stream. Jesus. Rainbow beard redeem. Wifey makes her beard colorful. Man, I don't think she would do that, because she wouldn't want to live with me if I had a rainbow beard. Like, she's very LGBTQ positive, but she's not positive to me looking silly, and having a rainbow beard, I think she would say is silly. Ice bucket redeem wife gets to dump a bucket of ice water in you Austria. I feel Nobles. I feel like you're suggesting a lot of redeems here that just aren't okay. That I didn't ask for. I did not want these. No. Thank you very much. I had the idea a while ago. I ran it by Enemy just to check to see what he thought, or like how doable it is. That we should hook up the bot, the Enemy beep bot, to some sort of contraption, and we'd buy like thousands and thousands of these small rubber ducks. You know, the really small ones, like the teeny tiny rubber ducks. And whenever people would cheer bits or sub or anything, the machine would just drop ducks on me. So the more people cheer, the more ducks would just be dropped on me. And he said it would be difficult to fix that. Apparently, like, the coding wouldn't be hard, but the machine itself would be annoying. But I'm thinking, like, make it little dildos and I'm all for it. That could actually work. That could actually work. Just a bunch of small little dicks. No, that's Ginger's thing. You have tiny ducks? I kind of assumed you did. I know there are like packs of like 1,000 tiny ducks you can buy from Amazon for like $10 or something. So I'm imagining like 100,000, maybe more, tiny ducks just in a big tank. And whenever people cheer, it just dumps a fuck ton of ducks on me. Like imagine that, like you cheer 100 and 100 tiny ducks just falls on me. Like, I'm calling it. Like when we get a house and I can get like a proper streaming room, I'm gonna set that shit up. I want it. I needs it. I'm gonna get a minor engineering degree just to make sure I can build it. I'm just kidding. I have friends and family who know that shit. I'll just force one of my nerds to do it. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Pretty sure Mr. Morris could build it for me. And he lives nearby, so. Right, let's see here. Smoking cigarettes and reefer, drinking coffee and booze. Wow, Tom Petty. That's insane. Can't smoke cigarettes and reefer. It's too much. Lil dildos. Like I got ideas for how you could make like a cool streaming room, but I would need time and money, and I have one of those, and it ain't money. I could come visit and let you use my collection. I have about 500. Nice. Nice. I was like, I've talked to the wife about that if we ever, or when we get a house, I want a large house out in the woods. Because in Sweden, if you buy a house out in the woods, it's going to be cheap and it's going to be large. So you get a lot for the money you spend. But I'd love to have a house where we could host like 10 to 15 people, just have them sleep over. Because I have a large family. I have a really large family. And we have a lot of friends. It would be nice to just be able to gather a lot of people there. Basically like a bed and breakfast, but only for friends and family. It would be nice to just be able to bring people in, have big parties and stuff. Obviously that's not gonna happen, but would be cool. God damn it, it's laggy. Like, the game is laggy, but the stream is fine. I don't get this at all. I promise, Chad, if I ever make it big, if we ever make it millions and millions off of this, we'll have DrVem cons at my future house. And we'll just get silly and spank each other. That's what it's gonna be. Jesus, it's laggy today. It isn't usually this laggy. It was really weird. Did I mess with the settings? Alright. I'll start saving. Man, I think I need money to begin with. Okay, we can't add more. Man, it's laggy. I'm not enjoying this at all. Why are you behaving like this game? I'm gonna repair everything. Soft step boots. This is really annoying. It's so weird because like the stream doesn't show the lag, but I can see the lag on my computer. This is really weird. Right, we're gonna get rid of this gun because that last gun is shit. I'm not using it enough. But Thufir's best, I am. Think you're starting to see the lag? Like, if you think you're starting to see the lag, then you're not seeing it. Because, like, to me, it's... You know, like, every half second, it, like, jumps as if it missed that half second. So weird. Alright. We need more strontium fibers. Seems a little jerky. Yeah, but it does, doesn't it? Doctor's jelly that the game likes us in chat more than him. Yeah, for sure. Right now it's showing up in the stream a bit more as well. I don't get this. Why is it behaving like this? Wait, let me dump the graphics. Confirm changes. I mean, it's a little bit better, right? Oh, it's a lot better, actually. Alright, we need to make more filters as well. Ah. Oh my god. Ah, itchy ear. Not my fault. Oh, come on. This is also a bug. Like, I had a broken suspensor belt, I repaired it, but then if you don't unequip it and equip it again, it doesn't register that you fixed it. That is fucking annoying. Everything is itchy on me today. What the fuck? No unlurk? Maybe you already did an unlurk. Did you think about that? Fuck, we need more plant fibers. Again. Albatross wing module. Limited maneuverability. Yeah, what are these? Oh, it's for the light ornithopter. Yeah, there we go. Alright, so 170 glide speed, turn rating 7. So how is this better than the Mark V ones? The Mark V ones are way better, aren't they? Type, normal, type, speed. Alright. Too caught up in the fact that it's so hot here that my honey is melted. Jesus fucking Christ, that is something, for sure. That's insane, actually. Oh wait, did I start building an assault ornithopter? I did. Right, because I have 2 wings already. We need a thruster, and we need some storage. That's important. We need a tail, Jenny's, engine, cockpit, and cabin. What do we need to make duralinium? More jasmium. Fuck's sake. Alright, well. I guess we're just gonna fly over and grab a fuck ton of jasmium right quick. Oh, that's a spice bloat. You can hear it and you can feel it. There we go, there we go, there we go. Sending cool thoughts your way. That is very cool of you. Get it? Get it? That's not the one I wanted. No. Whoa, 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 whoa! Hey, Haunted! Thanks for the raid! Woo! Just a stream out. Yeah! Hey, what up? Welcome, Shank Mommy. Also, I didn't say that in the Haunted chat, but Shank Mommy is such a good fucking name. 1677 to the counter. Alright. How goes? It's all good. It's all good. I'm surviving. I'm trying to get shit done in Dune. I'm doing like a solo play. So there's always stuff to do. And never enough time or resources for us. You're his actual mother? Nice. That is awesome. Well done. You have such a wonderful son. He truly is an exemplary man. Shank Mommy. Shank Mommy and Haunted Heathen Gaming. By the way, people, if you haven't checked out Haunted, you should. Let's see here. I gotta type it all out. I need to automate shit like that. Haunted joined us when we were playing some Phasmophobia last time, and you were doing like a playthrough of 4 different horror games by the same creator today. I watched some of it, and the vibes are very nice in Haunted Stream. Very chill, very awesome. I gotta start paying royalties to Paradise now for creating that blurb. Jesus. You made it through 3 of them? Did you quit afterwards because they were just too bad? Or... Because like the first one I saw you play with the cabin one, I don't know, like I thought the writing there wasn't the best. Like it could have been done better. That's my opinion, at least. Unless you were the one who made it, which I don't think you were. Because if you were the one who made that game, then perfect 10 out of 10 game, everyone should buy it. Easy to spot the jump scare, gotcha. Man, like, they weren't exactly award winning. No, I feel that.
Shut
Bestie?
non-believer!
Shut!
Shut!
Oh my god. Bestie resubs. 12-month streak. Longest subscriber. Biggest supporter. Thank you, Bestie. You know, I'm gonna land over here and just take a breather. Good morning, good morning. Every time someone subscribes, they get a haiku, personalized haiku. Oh my gosh. I actually finished it quick and it's not dirty. Yeah, Haunted is American. We're Swedes, so it's early morning here for us. It's 8:53 a.m. Hey Bestie, here's your little haiku. Good night, Shank Mommy. Night night. Warframe Warrior. Paliest Poly Pal. Most wonderful you. See? Pal. Yeah. I did right. See, it wasn't dirty either. Just based on you. And cute. Right, it was sweet. No, thank you, Bestie, for supporting 12 whole months. It's been a year. I don't even remember when my affiliate anniversary is. I need to check that shit out. So we can do like a 24-hour thing. I'm gonna put all the haikus in Discord. Yeah, I've just been bad at doing it lately. Because consistency isn't my strong suit. There we go. Fuck it, whatever. Go get your coffee. But yeah, there should be a collection of haikus in the Discord already. I think I really gotta, like, copy the haikus over to a document and see if I can get it printed into a little book. Or booklets or something. You clip yours? Cool. Appreciates it. Went to bed at 3:30, woke up I think every 45 minutes to an hour, then chimed into Noble's stream to say hi and knocked back out. Nice. Such a supportive friend. Time to go find a snack, check on the dogs and wind down. Oh my, dude, do that. Thank you so much for the raid. And thanks for your stream before. It was such a nice stream to check in on. You have a great stream, and hug your dogs from all of us. We love dogs here, so you gotta. Slept 4 hours. Pixie, you need to sleep more. You're gonna die the way you don't sleep. I appreciate you, man. Have a wonderful time. That's grueling. Hope you had a moment to catch up. Oh, no. Pixie works 24 hours a day, and she's in Noble's stream 24 hours a day, and she's also a full-time mom. Sleeping is what she will do when she's dead. Hopefully before that, but, you know. See, I know everything about everyone. There we go. Right, so now we have a fuck ton of jasmium. And we're gonna go back home. Which is really good, because we just got super irradiated. They know your middle name? Elizabeth. No, that's not your middle name, is it? It is? Oh yeah, I totally remembered. I didn't take a wild stab in the dark. For sure. That's entirely just, you know, using the old Nagaroo. The noggin of remembering. Teehee. I am a legend. Right, yeah, no, it was, the one you were celebrating was, fuck, was it Emma? No. In Sweden we have a tradition of having more than one middle name. We usually have two. Or more if your parents are real weird. And it all depends on, like how, basically how rich you are. Because it feels like rich people usually have more middle names. Guess they can afford the space. I don't know. My middle name is Rose. That is a beautiful middle name. You concede? Fuck yeah! I win! Yeah! I'm the master of everything. I'm the best. Also, I'm really tired again. Like, I didn't go to bed that late last night, but I'm super tired now. Yeah, for some reason, it's laggy near base. It's really weird. Like, it doesn't lag in other places, but when I'm in the base, it does. Yeah, it's nothing with the graphics, because I lowered the graphics and stuff. Take a look at what I got. It's a cock! No, sorry. That's full. That's not full. You got space here. Hydrates? I don't even have water here. Frankenstein. What the fuck? Ouchies. I'll grab water. Now I have water. Does he really know everything about us? Should I be scared? You should. I know what you did last summer. 'Cause I was there! Thanks for the hydration, nation. Oh my gosh. Let's see. Oh my god. Sydney Maya is streaming now as well. She wrote to me on Discord. I need to answer her as well. He actually remembered my names. Not to fuck myself over, but they were more like wild stabs in the dark than me actually remembering anything. And now we need more aluminum. Fuck me. You know what? We need to wait for the duraluminum anyway. We're gonna drive around. Whee! Get 2 middle names because my parents are extra. What up, Nightmare? Oh shit. I just remembered Nightmare. Nightmare's been trying to get a hold of me for weeks now, and I've just been missing and forgetting and stuff. And now Nightmare's company finally reached out to me, and I haven't answered that email yet because I was like, oh, I'm gonna check the email and I'm gonna answer it later, and then I forget because I have a shit memory. What's good? Man, everything is pretty good. Now now I feel real bad for forgetting you and your company so much. I'm a horrible person, and I'm sorry. I'll endeavor to do better. We're talking middle names? Nice. No, don't hack anyone, Stony. is it laggy now? Oh, Bestie's playing Warframe. Yeah, I'm a dumb little shit nightmare. I'm sorry. I really need to do better. Do better and be better. Yeah, I need to. I need to. Not a big deal. Alright, fine, fine. You're making me feel bad. No, I'm making me feel bad. And I should feel bad. I don't know how I was meant to have one, but my parents never went with it. Oh my god, then we shall give you a middle name here in stream. Your middle name shall be Seamus. No. That's a shit middle name. Stuart's a good middle name though. Ooh, I got dizzy there. Man. Right, you know what? We're gonna close down a bunch of stuff here just to see if that helps the lag out. A little bit. Got a little bit better. Alright, you know what? We're gonna go settings, graphics, just go low graphics entirely. And so for the resolution changes for render frame rate. Ultra performance, just lowest settings, best performance. Right now it's not laggy, is it? But it looks like crap as well. It's a good middle name, really fits with my actual first name. Is your actual first name also Stuart? I have been busy actually. We've had friends over and stuff, and a lot of stuff's been happening here at home. So there's been a lot going on. But I'm not liking this resolution. Alright, we're gonna... Sorry, y'all will have to just deal with me messing about with my settings here. Performance. Confirm changes. This would be the one I had before. When I was very little, my parents called me Rosy Toesies. Has stinky toes. It's still laggy. Fuck is wrong with this game? I haven't streamed this game before though. I am friend. Frankenstein is friend. She was here a couple days. And my sister and her family were here. And the wife has had a vacation. So we were busy actually doing stuff together. Stuart. Oh my gosh. Stew. Stone Cold Stew. Oh my gosh. Some of us wish for death by snoo. Ducky wishes for death by stew. No! Oh my gosh. There we go. Yes. Stew. Oh, he's gonna regret ever saying anything in this chat now. As a non-English speaker, do you pronounce those two differently? Yeah, it's Stuart and Stewart. Stuart? Stewart. No, I don't fucking know. I always assumed they were pronounced exactly the same, honestly. Oh my gosh. Snoo Snoo with Stew Stew. It's a talk show where Stoney talks sex. Miss Frank, no, you say them exactly the same. Wifey will be upset about Stew Stew. No, I think she'll feel like she and Stoney were meant to be friends. The wife, we played a lot of D&D when we lived in Malmö still. And my wife... my wife didn't want to think too much, so she made a barbarian. And she named the barbarian Stew. Because she also gave the barbarian the cooking feat. And she thought it was hilarious that stew could make a stew. Like that was peak enjoyment for her. The Stew's special stew. Death by Stew. Stew is a burning mess. Oh, for sure. Death by Stew Stew is gonna be hot. Man, why am I getting dizzy? I'm getting dizzy spells just sitting down. Ugh. Chat, if I faint, you gotta call the authorities. Tell the police. You little bitch-ass bitch! Stew's the new moon. I'm loving that Stone is just very quiet here as well, regretting all of his decisions. Wife is definitely at work, sadly. Her vacation is over. And she would have had lunch with her today if it wasn't for the fact that I forgot the food out last night. And the wife Googled and saw that if you leave rice out for a night, like overnight, especially in hot weather, there's a risk it could get toxic. So we had to throw it all out. Wife can call the authorities? True. So you'll call my wife, and then she will call the authorities. I'm not regretting it. Go make a cup of tea. But you've told me you have a kettle right by the computer. You don't go make a cup of tea. You just turn on the kettle, don't you? Oh wait, I guess you gotta fill it with water as well. You should install a tap right next to your computer. That's not gonna be a problem, I promise. Having water near electronics has never hurt anyone. Vehicle inventory is full? Wow. Your mama's full. Lovely, then it's settled. OnlyFans shit, yeah, or oof? Or did someone you follow online start an OnlyFans and you're really excited about it? I mean, wouldn't surprise me if someone online that you follow started an OnlyFans and you're like, fuck yeah! Stretch and drink water. You haven't touched the water more than once in over an hour. Might be where you're dizzy. This might be why your mom's dizzy. Crack open the window? No. The heat will get in then. But I'll drink water. And stretch. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. Who needs oxygen? Serious now, pretty but serious. My middle names are just fucking stupid. Wait, let me see here. It's like I'm named after my father and my grandfather. And both of them had stupid fucking names. My father is named Tibor, because he's Hungarian. And my grandfather was half Danish, so he was named Fleming. And my father always insisted on me having all of my names on every single piece of, like, identifying paper ever since I was young. So whenever they did roll call at school, they would call me by my full fucking name, like middle names and all. Because my father had insisted on my names being on every single piece of paper. I mean, the push-up debt is being paid off as we go along. I won't be able to pay it off just like that. It's gonna disappear one of these days, all right? Jesus fuck, it's laggy. Man. Like, I gotta grab the rest of my stuff from the deep desert before I log out of this game as well. I'm gonna have to live with a lag for now. T-Bone Fleming. It was T-Bor. T-I-B-O-R. T-Bone Fleming it is. T-Bone! I don't own a kettle at my desk. That would be crazy to imagine hearing a kettle boiling during stream. But I thought you told me... Didn't you tell me one time that you have a kettle at your desk or near your desk? Or did you lie to me? It would be the most British thing ever. Fuck me, it's laggy. So weird, because like the stream is flawless. In the stream it's all going well. But the game itself is actually like fucking weird. Motherless forker. Alright. I'm getting rid of some stuff. Can't put stuff there. Right, and that's all the aluminum we can put in there. As long as it doesn't whistle, it might be quite nice to hear. It might be. Ah, shit, whatever. My math is not mathing, like, even a little bit. No, wait, fuck off. There we go. Plastanium. I would happily add a kettle to my setup. As long as it doesn't whistle, yeah. Only favor getting Steve's to a kettle for his birthday, say, "Och, aye!" So stupid. A kettle for stew. Our wee stew's gotta have a kettle for his gaming setup. Salt ornithopter engine. Right, and we need the cockpit and the cabin. Fucking hell. Would I have that weighs a lot though? Oh my gosh. Ugh, Time is catching up with you, baby. 3 eyes, it's been decided. A new kettle for the representative of Clan Stone Cold. It's okay, Stoney. You don't hate me more than I hate myself. Got like no space on the desk. Everyone who's for getting a smaller desk for Stoney that he can keep only the kettle on, say aye. The kettle desk. We'll add in a sideboard. Nope, balls. Yes, thank you. Wild Fido appears. Your mom's a wild Fido. Fuck, I need 680 water. That's gonna take some time. Unless... we deposit some water immediately and just, we don't have to wait. Jeez, that was my last diamondine dust as well. Buggy rocket launcher. Oh my gosh. Pokey catch. I got so many Ultra Bolts now. You don't even know, man. Fuck! No one caught it. Wait, fuck's sake. Forgot about my other wings. I found Mark 5 or Assault Mark 5 wings a while ago. I was like, oh shit, I could actually use these. We both missed. Doctor and Stoney sitting in a tree, missing all the Pokemans. No. Oh my gosh. Positive affirmation. Wow. Right, you know what? I talked to the wife about this yesterday, but like my whole life, I always just thought that I was really bad at like getting gifts and making plans for people and stuff, or with people. But I've come to realize over the years then I'm actually really fucking good at both of those things. I think it's because I've been so worried that I'm bad at it that I've become very good at it. But like planning events, getting gifts for people and shit, I'm really good at those things. Like surprisingly so. There you go. Is that a positive enough affirmation for you? New status 20%? No, more. We're sitting in a tree that can't be read. I usually burn the trees. That's why you're sitting in it. You're preparing to burn the tree. You're sitting in the tree going like, yes, yes, soon. You're making sure I fall asleep in the tree first. There we go. Alright. We're gonna fly this assault thopter into the deep desert. See, it's way slower than the other ones. And the scout thopter. But it has 1,000 in volume. So it can carry a fuck ton. And this is what I have before I get the carrier ornithopter. I won't get sorry, I won't get a carrier ornithopter until I have like 1,000 plastanium and a fuck ton of spice and stuff, so it's gonna take a while. Confirm. Traveling to wild map. Carrier, I hardly knew her. I love that you and I have the same sense of humor, Frankenstein. Dang. I gotta clean this pop filter somehow. I gotta clean everything here. Not myself though. I had a shower yesterday. 90% of the shit I say in chat are just to make you laugh. Nice. You're succeeding a lot of the time as well. But that's something I really enjoy when I'm in someone else's stream, is just trying to make them laugh. It's so much fun watching your silly jokes, like, make a streamer break for a little while. We're gonna blast straight up so we can glide. Yes, I agree. Good. We're all in agreement. Huzzah! Consensus has been reached. Well, like, getting the streamer to laugh kind of feels like you're bonding. Because humor is such a subjective thing. So, like, if you're vibing on the same sense of humor as well, it gives you that little extra, like, yeah. I fit in here. I mean, you and me, Frank, we're friends IRL. Like, we've been friends for years, so. That's also, like, we both love making each other laugh. The best thing when Frankenstein comes to visit is when she and I are being idiots and stupid, and my wife gets really annoyed because we're being stupid idiots. That I really enjoy. But then they also act like idiots to annoy me, and that's not fun. You never get annoyed though, Frankenstein. You're always the one annoying and having fun. Pew pew pew. Blast off. I could never be annoyed with either of you. True. You love us too much. Us, on the other hand, we're assholes who can be annoyed by anything. Got some survey probes. Alright. Being idiots and stupid is fun, helps lessen the stresses in life. Yep. Yeah, that's a yawn. That's how I yawn. I yawn like I'm being attacked by a pack of gnomes. It's just too much fun to annoy you both. I have no time to be annoyed myself. Fair. Fair. We're just gonna fly up a little bit. I wonder what other add-ons I can add to this Thopter, though. But see? Like, it's super fucking heavy as well. So it can't reach that much of a speed. And it loses speed real quick. You gotta, like, bob and weave and shit. We're just gonna go straight up. Rocket Man! Alright. Now what we're gonna do is we're gonna try to fill this Thopter with as much as we can and then abandon base. But now it's not lagging. Like, it was lagging in the main area, but not in the deep desert? This is really fucking weird. Oh, is that... titanium as well? I mean, I gotta. If it respawned, I gotta grab it. Here comes my girl. Here comes my girl. But yeah, I'll be streaming tomorrow morning as well. And we're gonna continue with some Dune. And tomorrow I'm gonna make a base in E5 in the PvE section, so I'm protected, but I want to get as close to the PvP section as possible. It's Tom Petty, yeah, it's Tom Petty radio, or like the Spotify list of This Is Tom Petty. I've been on a Tom Petty kick lately. Just need him in my life. We're gonna grab all this. Yeah, Tom Petty fucking rocks, bro. We're gonna grab as much of this as we can. Yeah, we got scout storage as well. We need the cervix. This we could leave, technically. Like, we don't necessarily need it. No, wait. Backpack. Gotta grab all these smaller things. Right. Let me grab that. Assault ornithopter. A lot of heavy shit. Some diamondine dust. Don't really need the mechanical parts and shit. Advanced machinery could be useful though. Oh right, shit. There we go. Let's see. Insufficient resources. You're an insufficient fucking resource. Alright, so now we're gonna disassemble shit. What are we going to do? We will check the inventory here. Okay, so we have enough. We have a lot of stuff in all the inventories actually. The plastone I want. The coolers I want. Yep, that. Everything. All of this stuff I need and want. However... Whoa, what? I'm starting to believe that my feeling of being choked is from my neurological... that the surgery triggered my brain and sending false information in my throat when I bend over. I mean, it might be. I don't know anything about neuroscience, though. Choking whenever you bend over. Yeah, that got bestie. Because she's dirty-minded. That's why. Carbide, blade parts, gun parts. We can ditch those. We can ditch the normal blade parts as well. But it does sound awful. You have to live with that. Right, let's that gives plant fibers. Rated slag gives salvage metal. Alright, you know what? We're just gonna drop this. Screw it. And we're going to grab this. I'm gonna put it in here. Oh shit, right. I gotta paint the thopter as well. Ooh, or? Haha! Just make it look very different. Oh my gosh, very nice. Very, very nice. I'm scheduled to see the specialist in 3 months, and it's a 3-hour drive. fuck's sake. What is up with healthcare system? That is way too long to see a doctor. Yeah, I also hope they can do something quickly. Dang it, Ducky. Storage full. Your mom's full. Alright, we're gonna do this. Salvage metal, copper ingot, steel, and stuff. That gives me iron. Did I get the iron though? I did not. No doctors around you that know much about it. And that's annoying as fuck. Storage. Wait, I could just... Oh, there we go. Alright. What do I got here? 33 out of 35. I'm gonna get all the plastone back. So that actually took time and water to create. 3-month wait is too much, yeah. For sure. Man, that really sucks, Ducky. But I hope you get the help you need sooner rather than later. And once you actually see the doctor, it's actually going to help as well. There's not just like a waste of time or anything. Motherfucker. Help me get out some of the chores. Fair. No one's gonna ask you to do chores while you're feeling the way you're doing, for sure. We're gonna drop the shipping manifest, the welding wire. Yeah, gotta keep things positive, right? See if we can deposit anything. No. That's so annoying though. No. Okay, so it's as much as it'll go. Alright, well. Guess we're just gonna continue demolishing this place and grabbing the plastone. There we go. Alright. Get an ad incoming as well. Alright, yeah, so everything else that's in... Oh my gosh, look at this Thopter. It looks so much nicer now. So much cooler. Fuck yeah. So everything else that's left there is like granite, some plastone, salvage metal. Like nothing expensive or serious, so we're just gonna leave it there. Oh fuck. Oh my gosh. I'm finding a lot of depression from this story. I'm trying to find fun things about it to help me keep going. Yeah. No, I totally understand that, Ducky. Like, having disease or sickness or just circumstance limit your life feels so unfair, honestly. Like, you didn't deserve this. You ain't done nothing to deserve this. But finding the funny things in life overall, I think, is that's how we survive. Humor is what humanity, the best thing humanity has come up with to survive anything. Maybe they can give you another sensation instead of being choked. Sick bestie. I hope the stream and this community brings you some comfort and joy, Ducky. You bring us a lot of comfort and joy. What doesn't bring me comfort and joy is this fucking Thopter. Welcome back, ad viewers. Sorry, I'm just enamored with the new look of my Thopter. Look at how pretty it is. Proper Atreides Thopter. So sexy, so smooth. If I was still needing a walker, I'd buy a horn for it so I could honk at people. Honk honk! Jeez. That's something you would need for a walker, for sure. I used to have a horn on my bike when I was younger. Like when I was a teenager, I think. I had like a honk horn. I never used it because I was like I got too self-conscious about it. I was like, oh no, I can't do this. People are gonna look at me. People are gonna look at me and think I'm weird. I can't honk my horn. Which, you know, more young men should think about not honking their horn in public, but get it? Come on, over this little bit of mountain. You used yours all the time? I bet you did, bestie. Bet you did. You insane person. See, it's slowing down. It's so annoying. Bit of dark humor about shit makes it easier for me to lose. Hope this for you too. Otherwise, I'm just being a bitch. Both can be true, bestie. You could be a bitch and have some humor about a dark situation. Could be, could be. I'm also thinking, like, you gotta remind yourself of all the things that are still going well in your life. Like, my therapist has literally been talking to me about, like, that I need to change my perspective from, oh no, all this shit has happened to me, to, man, I've come through all of this and I'm still a good person. I still have people around me. Like, how lucky I am, how much how many good things are in my life. I think that's important to remember as well. Like, when you go through difficult shit, that just look around you and see all the positive things. Like, I still have wonderful friends, I have a wonderful wife, the streaming community we've built is fucking amazing. And I'm a cutie patootie, so, I mean, life could be way worse. At first, my walk was really bad, but we would joke that I was dancing to the music as I walked down the grocery aisle. I was practicing to try out to be in the Michael Jackson Thriller. Oh my gosh. Jesus, that's those some fucked up jokes, man. Jesus. Having a CT scan on Wednesday, and I'm just sort of looking forward to seeing if they make a joke about
Welcome
looking
to
at my
all
brain and
things
seeing
Scottish.
nothing.
Our slogan is, if it's no Scottish, it's
Sick.
crap!
It's not Scottish, it's crap! Man. I bet they're gonna scan your brain and be like, wow, this is the most beautiful brain we've ever seen. This is the most perfect brain. You must be really intelligent and cool. By the way, like, I don't hate that the Blurp walk-ons just play randomly now, either. Because I really like everyone's walk-ons. Such a smooth and pretty brain. Smooth brain. Not a single thought in there. Just a smooth brain. I don't know. I wanted my pew-pews. There we go. Storage full. No matching items. Alright. Made you snort. It made her snort what? No, just kidding. I'm just joking around, just having a bit of fun. My walk is close to normal with a little bounce to it. I'm still a little slow. I mean, improvement is improvement, for sure. Like, the closest thing I've ever come to having, like, my body negatively affected by something I've gone through was, when I went through my first, or technically my second burnout. I got so affected that I couldn't walk properly anymore. Like, I couldn't walk faster than a snail's pace for a good long while, and that was just psychological burnout. That wasn't even something physical. It's like going through like a traumatic experience, a bodily traumatic experience. That's gonna be a tough thing. My brain is as wrinkled as my face, which is to say not at fucking all. Well, brag. Brag. Oh, I don't have a wrinkly face. Wow. Well, some of us do. Some of us have wrinkly faces. Let's see. Aluminum. Man. You still get idea that's just sick. So for those of you who don't know, in Sweden, the government has a monopoly on alcohol, which means that you can't buy like strong alcohol in normal stores or anything. You have to go to a special store called Systembolaget, which, fuck, like, how would you translate that to English? The system... something. It's like the alcohol store, basically, and they have to card you if you're under, what is it, 65 or something. Like, if you're not visibly an old person, they gotta card you, but they usually never do, unless you're Miss Frankenstein, because then you look so young. Then you're so young and so pretty. The System Corporation? Yeah, it's basically the System Corporation. That should be... It's law that they have to card you if you look under 25. Yeah. You are very cute, bestie. I don't think you look old. You look like a cutie patootie. A little cutester. Yeah. We all got them issues in this chat, right? Issues gang. Like, I wanna... Right, I'm done with the deep desert. There is stuff I would like to do more, but we're gonna quit the game. Gonna quit that game at least. Oh my gosh, gang. My issue is obviously that I look too young and have a perfectly smooth brain. That is very much an issue, for sure. Right, I am going to hop onto some teamfight tactics. I'm gonna go for a quick toilet break. And while I play teamfight tactics, I'm gonna try to do some productive shit. Let's see if it wants to work with me. No, it doesn't. Not yet. You know what? We'll wait. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. And I cracked the window. When I was tested for Parkinson's, it sent a tracer through my brain for that special scan. Can't remember what it was called. But yeah, it's usually like some sort of like liquid that lights up. Aw, y'all have been so cute in chat while I've been away. But yeah, this community is so much fun. I never, honestly, never could have thunk that it would have been this much fun and these many wonderful people before I started streaming. Honestly, I didn't know much about streaming before I started, so it's been a surprise so far. Let's see here. League of Legends.exe is what it should be capturing right now. That's weird. So stupid. Yeah, Bestie really made sure that me and wife stuck together at the start there. And it's been such a wonderful time ever since. Love you all as well. There's so much love in this community. It's so cute. I'm annoyed at the thing though. Capture specific window. Why is it not game capture? Alright, fuck it. We'll see if it works now. No, I don't think I ever give you too much credit. There's no such thing as giving Bestie too much credit. This community is the best. It is. It's pretty fucking dope. And you know what? We are going to change the video here to borderless. And we're gonna have medium quality. I don't understand though, because like I had it like that before. Last time I played, I made sure it was all. It was really annoying, honestly. She's a marksman. Is he a marksman? No, he's an executioner. Rapid fire, divinity court. Yeah, I don't care about any of these. Care for any of these. Let's see. We are going to go to another one of my favorite artists. I think it sounds like something I'm just gonna have to learn to live with. I can go into remission for a while, but you can get triggered and come back. Oh, that fucking sucks. But hopefully it just goes into remission and never comes back. Branching out. No. Yeah, team building is the better one to go with. There she goes again. No, fuck. That was a mistake. Oh, man. I sold the wrong one. Wait, you see a sniper? It's just one sniper? Alright. That's annoying, actually. Alright. And this isn't lagging either, so that's nice. He's a good one to have. Syndicate Vanguard. You definitely use you. I can't change. Free bird. What does Frankenstein need her brain scanned? What doesn't she need her brain scanned for? No, I'm just kidding. The fuck? Should be capturing. What? It worked before. So weird. Fuck it. Why not? The fuck is a kilometer, indeed? Who even knows? That is very annoying. Video borderless. Enable screen shake. Frame rate cap. 120 FPS. Okay. What am I gonna grab? That is really annoying. Right now in the middle of spring, it's freaking my speech and random ticks. I just want to check this because burner, there's something else. Yeah. Always good to have your brain checked when you're going through this stuff. Now I'm annoyed with my setup and everything. So annoyed. Let's see here. don't think we need her. Could go Anima squads. Oh, would you like company, Miss Frankenstein? Bestie's offering her services as a professional accompanier. Alright, we're doing this instead. Every 4 seconds. No, guiding hex. We're gonna give that to him. Let's sell these fuckers. I'm gonna sell you. I think we're gonna continue with Vanguard and Slayers in general. Because they're just good. It was called a DAT scan and it came out abnormal. That explains a few things. The brain is abnormal. Sick. Yeah. We all want Miss Frankenstein to have the answers she deserved. Let's try out if we have it windowed. Yeah, that'll work better. Alright. Donkey donk, bad donk, donk. Oh, nice. The activate Windows thing doesn't show up if it's not capturing my screen. It's just capturing the game. Sweet. You don't have to worry about that then. Do you have time? Nice, nice. Alright. So they are taking care of each other. This makes me feel good. Love seeing friends taking care of each other. But don't get donk. Nitro Bastion and Techie. I mean, maybe. If we get enough of them, could be fun. Get donk, but don't get donk. Honky tonk, but don't get donk. Alright. Hey, what up, hoobs? Hoops, hoops, hoops. No work today? Woo! Nice, nice, nice. Celebrate good times, come on. Getting a random components. No. 11 free shop rerolls. No. We'll grab an item instead. It's usually way more fun. Sunfire cape, absolutely. Oh, come on. Oh my gosh, the wife forgot her favorite teacup at home that she needs for work. Just says it's funny they went from the person that's always at school to the person that's always at work.
Hello, Stram.
Hello, Stram! I mean, yeah, you got them good work ethics. Whoa, Hoobs, what the fuck? How dare you even? Someone's got that cash. How dare you, Hoopster? How dare you subscribe? Thank you. Thank you very much for the sub, for the support, for the love. I appreciate you, man. Haiku, please, huh? I'm literally... It's pen and paper in my hands, bitches. My gosh. Why was that hot? Why did I find David Attenborough saying such a good boy hot? Are these my daddy issues coming to light finally? Jesus, that disturbed me to my core. Fuck's sake. That's so weird. It does say I'm still on Dune. Holy fuck. Thank you so much. I'm not on Dune. Good looking out, Stony. There we go. Not gonna change anything else though. Still Monday morning Muad'Dib. There we go. I'm gonna get rid of you. I should have changed it by now. Oh my gosh, gotta check this. Marksman. It's stupid not to grab a 4 cost when you find it. Cuddled the Frankie today, so I'm happy. Nice! Nice. Oh my gosh, that made me so happy that you're gonna cuddle Miss Frankenstein today. Oh my god. Alright, may go back to sleep. Hey, wait, before you lurk, before you go back to sleep, you have a little haiku here for you. Or maybe you don't want to hear it. Maybe I don't know. Maybe you just didn't want the haiku at all. Maybe I should just forget about it. Is that hardest working man? You deserve all of the luck. Make sure that you rest. Which really fits that you're going back to sleep. Go sleep, Hoobs. Enjoy a day off. You insane person. He's a smooth operator. Smooth operator. Alright, we're gonna Throw that one away. Throw that one away. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Slayer. Oh, fuck yeah. I am a cutie. Gotta wait until Wednesday before I can cuddle her. Oh, okay. Gosh darn it. More Slayers. Frost. Rastafari. King of Kings. Jah the Almighty. Striker's Flail. No, thank you. I'll consider myself invested, for sure. Alright, we're just gonna sell all these fuckers. Alright, this might have been a mistake, but we're gonna try it out anyway. Oh shit. Fuck, right. Because now, yeah. Gain 1 shop reroll for every 10 gold above 50. Yeah, nice, nice, nice. Then I'm celebrating my cousin's birthday. No time for cuddles. How dare you not cuddle on your cousin's birthday? Shouldn't you be cuddling your cousin then, technically? Split 37 among other splitters. We'll see. One player chose to split, meaning I get 37 gold to myself. Oh my gosh. That's fucking amazing. Bruiser Techie. Nah, now we want something. Oh my gosh, that was so nice actually. Holy shit. So, she'd push me in the face if I try to cuddle her. Then let her punch you. And then when she punches you, you'll just go like, harder. That'll teach her to not punch you again. Like, don't punch back, just go weird. Just be the weirder person. That's how you solve any old situation. Make the rockin' world go round. I'm gonna grab that one, yeah, because we didn't get the recurve bow anyway. What I want now is the Titanic thingy thing, the Titans Resolve on Mr. Zed there. Although it's not going too well for me, it seems like. Oh fuck, that was a Vanguard. I should have kept her. Executioner and Boombot? Well, hello there. We are going to have intercourse with everyone in this game. Also, Freddy, my one truest love, even if it's a remix, right? I mean, I think Moonlight's remixes are so fucking good. Really breathes a different type of life into a lot of songs. Like Thunderstruck, awesome song. it becomes another thing when it's Moonlight's remix. Come on, come on. Kill the fucking dragon. What you doing? There we go. Thunder. Right, I'm supposed to write people. Please. You ban. Thundercocked. Nah. Screw everything. What the fuck? I feel violated, River. I feel properly fucking violated there. Jesus in heaven. What the fuck was that? Kirby, what are you doing? Jeez. Oh fuck. That was a tangent interaction that River paid a whole 15 bits to play. And play specifically over me. That is dedication. That is beauty. No nap? Wow, that was... You quickly decided that there would not be a nap there. Let's see here. Mundo. Jarvid. Oh, come on. Slayer. Oh, come on. Why I die? Why die? Why not survive? Survive is much more fun. Why die? Whiskey is strong. If I don't fall asleep straight away, it usually doesn't happen. Gotcha. But to me, that also sounds like you got no chill, broski. Who are we gonna place up here, though? Like, who's gonna join this team? Some Vanguard? If we find them. I get paid soon, so we should run some repo. Oh, you mean like you'll buy repo when you get paid? I love that fucking game, so I'm down for whenever, whatever. I'd play that game right now if it wasn't for the fact that I'm at least a little bit trying to get some stuff done. Alright. Yeah, I'm definitely up for some repo. So I just had to write Bestie's husband to be. See if he wants to listen to me. We were supposed to have the day off yesterday, but I had to come in to cover people's lunches. Ah, fuck's sake, man. Cover their lunches? That's so annoying. Fuck them people, man. They can eat when they're dead. No, they should have lunch. It's important. Florida Boy Blues. Gotta be the mascot in the morning, though, which girlfriend? The mascot? Dude. I worked at a toy store for 4 years when I was a teenager. And I had to be the mascot for that toy store a couple times. It fucking sucked. I hated it. I don't understand how you can live with that. Like, you should not put up with that shit, man. I'm telling you. There we go. Please DM me a pic, for sure. Aurelian Soul. Rerollable treasure armor, nice. Ooh, that's a nice start though, Mordekaiser. Exotech I know has gotten real good, and Bruiser's always good. Any set you have, when you have HP based people, it's gonna be good. Oh man. Like I really like Bastion. I mean Poppy as well. Yeah, we're gonna grab those. We're gonna focus on having a front line this time. Wild Curlia. Ooh, actual good stuff. Put a dent in him. The pick is in my DMs. Oh my gosh. Hoobs just sneaking into my DMs. Wow. Sending private pictures. Wow. Wowie. That's all I can say. Ooh. Slayer crest. Rapid Fire Emblem, 100%. Love rapid fires. We're just gonna grab more rapid fires and we're gonna grab vanguards. Yeah, so Vanguard, 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 Vanguard. There we go. We're gonna grab Vanguards and rapid fires. I didn't get it. God damn it. Very only fans of you, Hoops. We'll drop it in disc, but can't be leaking my workplace. In high school, I dressed up as a gorilla and burst into my boyfriend's class to ask him to prom. I made the teacher give me a kiss. Sick. Jesus fucking Christ, that's amazing. Oh my lord. My fucking Discord isn't starting up for some reason. No, no, we don't want to. Oh shit, we don't want to. Hey. I did a dum-dum. I did a dum-dum. Fucking hell. Alright, I'm back, right? Y'all can hear me, y'all can see me. Oh my gosh. Please tell me you can see and hear me. It says I'm live again at least. Yeah, hearing and seeing. Wonderful. Alright. I went into my like background processes and I was like, I'm gonna turn off some stuff that's unnecessary. And normally my OBS is a specific program in and of itself, so I don't turn that off. But on the gaming computer, I downloaded OBS on Steam, and I saw that Steam was open, and I was like, well, I'm not playing any Steam games right now, so I'm just gonna turn off Steam. So I did, and that automatically turned off OBS as well. So I did the dum-dum. Rapid fire. We can sell you. We can grab her instead and give her a rapid fire emblem. Just to see what happens. So you're gonna go full rapid fire, meaning we need all of them. One of them will be a marksman, which means we can get a marksman to become a rapid fire as well. He was about to show those pics to us all. Fucking idiot. I mean, you're not wrong, Stony. You are not wrong. I'm not an intelligent man. I'll tell you that much. Oh, nice. Here we go. Hoopsie poops. Oh my gosh, that is super cute.
Fucking embarrassing!
What kind of fucking theme park do you work at? The theme park is like... Well, I don't know how much I can say about this. Amen to that, Stew. All I can say is the theme park looks like it shouldn't be a theme park. Like, who the fuck would want to go to that theme park? But also, low-key looks fun as fuck. Like, it's that combo of, like, who the fuck would ever wanna... I would wanna go there. I would go there. Jesus Christ. And we got the one I wanted. The marksman, who's now rapid fire as well. Jinx! Seat Knight. Oh, fuck, that's good. Marksman and rapid fire. Fuck yeah, baby! What does she need? She's an attack tank. I bet she is. Is that Noble Spanking Emporium? That the park? I wish. Jesus Christ. Oh my gosh. Sydney Maya messaged me on Discord. Insane. Alright. What were we doing again? Yeah. Stuff that isn't available here right now. So we're leaving it as is. Let me know. Let's see. No. Should I stay or should I go? Alright. Oh shit, right. I'm actually playing a game as well. We were talking about going to a theme park in 2 weeks, but I won't be able to do any of the rides because of the jerking the rides could do to my... Yeah, I need to have a wheelchair to get anywhere. That's... Oh man, that sucks. But I mean, you get to hang out with people, you get to have theme park food, overpriced, but, you know, fun food. We gotta think positive, gang. Well, don't you worry about how many fucking push-ups I have. You could bring a couple water guns and squirt people. Like both friends and just randos in the park. And loudly proclaim like, oh wow, it's really hot out today, isn't it? So many sweaty people. I know my counter is wrong, yeah. Squirt innocent bystanders. Wheelchair could be a ride too, I guess. What would you want to get here? Do you really want the rocket? I don't know, bro. We could give you the blue buff instead. That sounds fun. Top of the world. Gain 18 gold now and 1 gold every round. Oh, I don't know. Vanguard upgrade. I mean, yeah, if I'm going Vanguard and Rapid Fire, that's probably something I should get. There we go. That would be fun to take a squirt gun. Can you still hide in the chair? That's what I'm saying. You could have several squirt guns as well. Like, if the theme park security would take away your gun or something, you always have another one. And also, like, what are they gonna do? Throw out someone who's in a wheelchair? I don't think they're gonna do that. You're gonna pull up to the UK, come to my theme park? Fuck, dude, I might. Jesus. Sorry, the name of the theme park gets me. Holy shit. That's so stupid. That's such a stupid name for a theme park. Mount the squirt guns on the chair. Two-hand assault. Oh my gosh. That's how it should be done. I'm sure from my explanation you can see why I love working there, but I also have stressful... Yeah, no, for sure. Like, I can definitely see, like, the fun and the fucked with it. For sure. Alright, send us the info on Messenger, we'll check out if we can go. No, it was me, only me. I'm not gonna take anyone else. I'm gonna go alone to the UK and go to Hoops' theme park. Again, alone I'm gonna go to this theme park. that I'm pretty sure has a lot of kids there, so it's gonna be real weird. It's gonna be super fucking awkward with me being there. Oh my gosh, what do I want to grab here? You. I want to grab you. Why are you being a bitch? Default. Default. Get tons of adults too. Okay, I can see that. I can see that. A ton of drunk adults? Or do you have like a policy of like, oh, you can't be inebriated if you're gonna go in here? I need another fucking Vanguard. Where are my Vanguards at? There we go. Another rapid fire. I guess I'll sort of tell you another time about fun some of the time, but I won't keep pulling you away from stream. No, that's fine, that's fine. We get stag dues. People need to be more mindful of the workers. They're standing out in the heat for hours. I'm sure that can be miserable at times. Oh, for sure. I think as long as you're not gonna cunt off the workers and be staff, you can drink. You're not gonna be staff? You can drink as long as you're not part of the staff? I mean, wow. Way to limit people, really. What, I can't be staff and drink? Assholes. We're gonna do this. Because I know that having him kitted with these things is useful. I meant be safe. Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, this stream really is squirt positive, Ducky. It's a very squirt positive stream. Sorry. I'm gonna see myself out. Thank you and good night. DM you one of the stories, you can read it at your leisure. Oh my gosh. Would it be okay if I read it on stream? Would you be cool with that? Because that could be fun. Oh my gosh. Alright, we got 4 Vanguards. We need 4 more rapid fires. And that's going to be it. So the Vanguards, we can replace Vi and Skarner, I think. Because I don't like either of those. I think they're assholes. Not that they have ever done anything. Props on Unlock because the ride I was on was just leak for work. Gotcha. I shall not leak your workplace then. You lovely lad. Ooh, alright. So we can grab this and we can replace her later. Because right now she's better. Holy shit. What can I do here? I can do that one. Do this one. Permanently increases Shaman's attack speed by 20% and decreases their size. Haha! Small. Alright. Dragon's Claw gotta go to someone. I gotta help him Warframe from Danny. I got problems, but I'm gonna solve them later. Nice. Wait, what kind of do you have problems in Warframe or problems IRL? Because one of these things is okay to have problems in. Highest health champ is cloned. Ooh. No spotlight. I want the giant belts. They're so good. I don't think I need the Slayer one. We're just gonna go ham on the warmogs here. There we go. There we go. There we go. You can have this and that. You can have this and that. That's good. What am I doing? There we go. In Warframe, gotcha. When are we going? Duck gets to set up his butt and decides we can join him. Oh my gosh. Should we do a wildling trip next year? Is that it? A little wildling trip to the UK? Is that what's gonna happen? Mods trip to my theme park? That'd be dope. Mods trip, mods trip. We've talked about Prague. We could do both. We'll hit up UK and then Prague, and then home, because we're all gonna be rich by then, and we're gonna be able to travel so much. It's gonna be awesome and cool. Just you wait. Damn, I think I need to piss again. Yeah, it's not just gonna be the mods, Frankenstein. It's gonna be you as well. I'm also gonna be in school. I'm not gonna have the money for it. Unless the streaming really picks off. Or picks up? Picks off? Picks up. Oh my god. CD Bernese is live? Do we have any rapid fires here? No, we do not. What do I want then with the sparring gloves? I want damage. You got a funny story to share with chat? Oh my gosh. Share the funny story. Or die. No, no one's gonna kill you or anything. Bring the prof and you bring the hubs and we'll have a fucking awesome time and annoy hoops. Oh my gosh, that'd be so fun. That'd be awesome, actually. I'm gonna place you there, and you there. Gonna grab another Silas. Gonna get rid of you. I think I'm gonna... something soon. Get rapid fires. Let's just give that to her. See if it works out. Man, that dude is also doing rapid fire and vanguards. And syndicate, asshole. Don't like you. Alright, we're just gonna go ham here. Never get a little bit of drunk and get behind the wheel. That's a very, very bad thing to do. Saya is a marksman as well. Yesterday I went in to cover people so they could have lunch. I had to cover the bumper cars, but the guy on them also had cover, so I ended up on bumper cars for 2 hours. Dude. Then right before he comes back to get my customer anyway, then I'm measuring his kid because apparently they had just been on and I was like, lol, I've been here for 2 hours. No, you haven't. Jesus fucking Christ. And then the guy came back and was like, not my problem anymore, gang. Said, cover so you could cover right. I'm not sound off. Jesus fucking Christ. Sounds so just obnoxious with that parent. We're just here. Like, no, you weren't. I done seen you. Alright, we're gonna see if we can make something fun out of this. A Slayer emblem. That's not fun at all, actually. You gotta rub me the right way, baby. No, sorry. That's disgusting. Why would I do that? I'm sorry. Nobody saw that. You just ignore what happened. Just walked off. Bye, Felicia. My colleague came back and I said to him verbatim, this is my fucking problem now. There's a male Karen called a Kevin. I thought I heard that a few times. That is entirely true. That is the way it should be. Don't suffer, Kevins. Well, that's good on you, Hoops, honestly. I wouldn't stand up for myself when I was your age that way. I had to learn that as I got older. So it's good that you already got that skill down. Like, especially with customers and stuff. Don't suffer, Kevins, gladly. I also work in admissions and had a guy's mom yell at me because I charged him for the kid as he was over a meter, so he gets charged. The fuck? Why would she yell at you for charging entrance when that's literally your fucking job? What an idiot. What can I make here? I can make another rapid fire emblem. No, we're gonna hope for another frying pan or like a spatula. Sucks because the kid was 200% over a meter and they ended up with a refund anyways. Fuck off. That sucks, man. But that's also like something that I learned working in retail, that like 90% of refunds are just that people bitch so much that it's not worth fighting them over it. So just like, yeah, whatever, fucking take it. Especially if it's like, you know, 10, 20 bucks or something. And like people will play on that as well. Like, I'm just gonna be a problem until I get what I want. And they usually do. Because nobody wants to deal with the problem. The problem being the people. Shave his belly with a rusty razor early in the morning. Hanging up she rises way, hanging up she rises early in the morning. Dealing with people's money sucks, yeah. Prefer when I'm on rides because if someone had a problem, you send them back to the admissions area. That is a wonderful thing. Also, like, you're definitely making one of your coworkers' days worse. Oh my gosh. Alright, I'm just gonna read the story who sent me. What the fuck? Jesus, alright, that's insane, dude. Just like one problem after the other. So quick in succession. Got spinning in an hour. Thanks for the lark, bestie. Alright, we're gonna check our mail. Just to see what's happening. What's hip happening. Why do I suck at this game? I am the worst. I just want one more Brom. Nope. One day working at my dad's store, we had a customer demanding that he knew the owner really well, calling him by his last name, which is the name of the store. I told him I think I know him better than that. I'm his daughter, and blank is not his first name. That got him to shut up. Seriously, like, who would lie to an employee? Like, hey, I know the owner. Like, the employee definitely knows the owner. What the fuck are you on about? We got 7th place there, gang. Man, I'm not good at this game. Not good at this game at all. Alright, I gotta go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. This is the second time I go to the bathroom to pee, and it's not just pee. I'm starting to rethink this whole not all pee pee times are poo poo times thing. Can't wait until you get your big boy job. Man, the only good thing about it is you get better pay. Otherwise, big boy jobs suck ass. Oh my gosh. You get a nap, so I'll fuck off and have one. Take care. Take care, Frankenstein. Have a wonderful nap. You're welcome. You're welcome, Ducky. You all need to know I have done a little poo. I'm excited to do lots of programming. Nice. I'm excited for you. Let's see. Ouchies. We're gonna do some stuff. Nothing illegal though. Don't worry. Or will it be? Slow moving, snack eating, and undetectable. Yes. I'm gonna continue. Next. So I'm like reporting my lack of a job to my union. Gotta do that every week. Like I have that hourly job, but I only report that when I actually work, like the hours I do work. But this is gonna be the last month I have to do this, because then I'm gonna start studying, and then I don't have to report to the union anymore. I'm gonna get student aid money instead. So that's gonna be nice. It actually worked. Add some like dust, dirt here. Just blew it off. Let's go. I'm gonna study creative writing, which is something I could teach technically. I have taught creative writing, but I'm really wanting to go back to school, and I want to be able to write and kind of get paid for writing. So going back to school and studying writing right now is the way I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna study creative writing as a course for just like 6 months now, and then I'm gonna apply for a course in that's just called the book process, and it's basically a year where you try to write a book and try to get it. You know what it's called. Try to get it published. So hopefully, that's in my future. Would be nice to just be able to work creatively from now on. I'm gonna apply for jobs today as well. Think I'm gonna write the local library and my local bookshop. See if they need any help. Would be wonderful to work with them. Also nice to get some extra money. Right, we got bastions. We got a little executioner. We can grab a street demon. I like street demons well enough. Oh my gosh. Let's see, new high score. Ooh, I love cyber bosses. Let's go. It's a cyber boss run. Cyber bosses and bastions. That's the way to go here. And hopefully techies. Honk, 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 honk. You honk at me, I honk at you. Honk at the honk. Nice, and I got Nashers and Shojin. Nice, nice, nice. Alright, when they reach the next high score game bonus loot, gain a Veigar and a Poppy. Nice. Alright. This could actually work out to our favor, like, real fucking well. See? Immediately got over 1,000 high score. Got 1 gold there. What the fuck is that? Cowfee lick? What the fuck? That is beautiful, Ducky. Beautiful, beautiful stuff you got there. Alright. Let's see. And we'll apply for jobs. One of the jobs I'm going to apply for is as a school director for the municipality. Because technically I have the education and experience for that. I'm just pretty sure they're not going to choose me. But it would be cool. Like if I got that job, I would pour my heart and soul into it, just making schools better and not having to teach at the same time. That'd be dope. Because it's the teaching part that really sucked the life out of me while I was teaching. Oh wait, no. Never mind. They have certain demands that I just don't meet. Like having documented experience with budgets and economy. Gosh darn it. Right. Can't do that one. The worst that could happen is they say no. You know what? Yeah. But then again, no, because no, I can't apply for it. Sadly, we lost that one. Got my first big paycheck on Thursday. Woo! Fuck yeah, man. Happy for you. I hope it's like a ridiculous amount of money. Like sick amounts of money. Bruiser Techie Exo. Alright. Might want to change the game to just chatting. Oh shit. I entirely forgot about this. I have a game on. I have a game on. I've been playing it all this time. Fuck, I'm an idiot. Jesus in heaven. I need a brain scan, if anything. It's under 1,000, but way more than I'm used to. Nice. Nice. That first paycheck is delicious. Delicious. Yeah, so here I am. I've been playing games all along. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, I'm an idiot. Alright. Yeah, we're gonna apply for this job. Alright, they want a personal letter, handwritten as well. It's my birthday soon too, so I can pay for 1 million beers. I don't think I don't know if it's 1 million beers you can pay for it. I'm gonna apply for this job. Sentence no one playing TFT or LOL has ever said. Come on, come on. That's mean but accurate. Jeez, man. Harsh, harsh. Alright. Nice, yeah. We get a Shabana there. And Sejuani and Renekton. We need 6. We have 7 possible. We're probably gonna get rid of Alawi later to make space for Renekton. Oh my gosh. A wild belly bolt. Let's see here. Ooh, nice. It was actually good stuff. I'm gonna give that to him. Oh my gosh. Belly bolt escaped. Oh shit, right, because no one threw stuff after it. Let's see here. Do. There we go. I'm totally not using ChatGPT to write me a personal letter. I hate writing personal letters. They feel like such a waste of time. You should be able to look at my CV and then call me in for an interview or not. And if I fuck up on the interview, don't hire me. They should be based on CV only, not personal letters. Fuck those. Head off to bed. Alright, Ducky. Go sleep. Hope you sleep tight and sleep for a long time. Actually get some sleep done. Let's see. We're gonna grab this. Covering letters just feels like they want you to beg for the job, right? It seriously does. Like, I've dealt with recruiting before, and that part was also like, even then, I hated fucking cover letters. Alright. Yeah, that sounds smart. Whoa. Sorry, I'm doing like 11 things at the same time now, it feels like. Like applying for jobs, trying to keep an eye out for what people write to me privately and stuff as well. Let's see here. We're gonna grab this one. Oh man, I'm losing that game as well. Oh, gosh. I have too many tabs up on everything I do. Alright, let's see. Wait. She's a Bastion as well, so that's good. Man. God damn it. I'm literally getting stuck everywhere. Let's see. Let's put you all over there. You're a techie. I'm gonna get rid of you. Yes. Nice. We got what we needed there. Got a long ass list of things I need to buy when I get paid, and I feel like all my money is gonna disappear. That's literally the rest of your life unless you get paid insane amounts. Just stuff you need and want, and as soon as you get money, that money's gonna disappear. Or you deny yourself the things you want and only buy the things you need, and you have money and you save it up. And then in the future, you can kind of buy the things you wanted but didn't need. Welcome to life as grown-up. It sucks. I suggest you do not do it. I need... not him, but I'll take it. Gonna put away a big chunk just for petrol. Yeah, oh, fuck, right. Just the fact that gas costs. It's so annoying. Alright, Alright. Yeah, I lost. Is that mine? That was mine. Fuck. How am I not, like, winning anything here? How am I fucking up this bad? Slayer strategist. Techie. I'm gonna grab him. Champion's attack speed, yes please. We're gonna grab that one. Oh, come on. I'm gonna grab that. definitely don't want or need Yumi. Vanguard, Slayer. There we go. Alright. Thing is, where I live, it's actually cheaper to drive than using public transportation. It's so fucked. That is insane. I know it's like that in a lot of the US, but didn't know it was like that in the UK. That's insane. Like where I live, it's better to drive than take public transport because public transport basically doesn't exist or work here properly. To go to the city center and back, it's £6 for a return ticket. To be fair though, that's what it costs in Malmö as well. Like to and from any place really. It's like 80 sec. Or £6. So I think that's just the cost of public transpo. But in Malmö, like parking is super fucking expensive as well. So that's where you save money if you instead of if you take public transport instead of driving. Attacks that create striking 2 minutes casting an ability. We're gonna give that to you. Master! Hey enemy! How you doing, friend? How is you, motherfucker? We need more techies. One more bastion for sure. No, we're gonna buy her. We're gonna see what we can do. We'll have 6 bastions. And then we're gonna gather as many techies as we can. Never in the city center long enough for driving myself to not be worth it. I feel that. Like, but when I lived in Malmö though, like I basically hung out in the city center. You go have beers, you go see friends in the city center, you go shop in the city center. That's also like Malmö is a large city as well. It's like you actually want to hang out in the city center. Let's see here. Jesus Christ in heaven. Ooh, that is the bastion I wanted. If I can get him now, that'd be so huge. Alright, dope. Then that guy can go fuck himself. I'm gonna sell her as well. The city my uni will be in is so lovely, so there it may be worth commuting by train rather than driving. Fair. You go into London, or wait, maybe you don't want to like dox yourself too much there either. Fuck yes. Alright, so now what we need is a Titan's Resolve and a Bloodthirster for him, and then stuff's gonna be fucking ace. Because now, yeah, 70 and non-bastions gain an additional 25. Fuck yes. Now all my dudes are protected And I got this dude who's just gonna grow and grow and grow and grow and grow. Ooh, Street Demon Techie. But I want cyber bosses, that's the thing. You can do that. You're gonna see here. Nope, not said. Grab that one though. No, none of you. No. Nope. Yes! There we go. Alright. A world cutie fly appears. Oh my gosh, a cutie fly! You trying to be a cyber boss yourself? You mother fugger. You're not gonna. There we go. Those are the two Vagars I need.
Poo 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 pee 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 poo poo pee 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 poo 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 pee poo poo pee pee poo 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 pee pee poo pee 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 poo. Don't laugh, don't laugh, don't laugh. You suck if you laugh. Pee 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 poo. Oh pee 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 poo. Oh my gosh, he can't stop laughing. Oh my gosh.
I'm not gonna ever regret making that one. That's fucking amazing. That's such a good one. Pre 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 poo. A pre 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 poo. A pre 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 poo. That's awesome. Fine. There we go. Better? Is that better? I just want to point out as well that I still haven't given them any fucking money. Like, you can't see the activate Windows thing now just because it's not capturing my whole screen. We're gonna look for Sid. Wait, no. We don't need to look for anything. We need to level up. Wait, fuck. I had invested. Ah, goddamn fuckballs. When we reach level 9, gain 33 gold as well. Alright, fuck me. Ah, balls. Who's Haunted Heathen Gaming? He is a streamer who streams horror games, basically, only. Really nice dude. I appreciate him. He followed, I think, yesterday or the day before yesterday. And I saw that he was streaming this morning. I was like, nice. Sounds like something you should do too. Fuck that shit. No. No, I wasn't supposed to do that. Alright. Sejuani. Fuck it. We're gonna go nuts. There we go. Barely slept today. I think I fell asleep at 4:30. Dude, go the fuck back to sleep. What are you even doing, man? Alright, fuck it. Let's see. No. Wow, you're just gonna try to fight me on this, huh? Well, fuck you, man. What the fuck is a kilometer, indeed?
You suck!
You suck! You suck, Ryan.
Hey man, you're awesome.
It's very, like, dual messaging here. Am I awesome or do I suck? Please pick one. Pick a fucking lane, broski.
Yamete kudasai!
What the fuck are you talking about, man?
I don't even know what I'm talking about, man. I'm still trying to edit this ChatGPT written cover letter. Sussy Baka? Sussy Baka? Let's see. My gosh. Also, like, the way ChatGPT wrote my cover letter, it seems like I'm super fucking professional. I'm definitely gonna go with that. Jesus Christ. Need to buy 500 bits? Why? Where are you gonna buy bits? Don't waste your money on that shit, man. Waste your money on your girlfriend slash wife to be. So all day. Oh shit. Alright, we're gonna check to see. Yes, yes, yes. I'm literally spray painting my pants right now, oh my god. Oh, this is so good. You know, we're just gonna go all out here. We grab that for her. I swear, wow, living on a prayer. We're gonna grab a Hextech Gunblade, put that on him. There we go. As some guy at work keeps telling me that I need to propose, which is hella uncomfortable. Oh, that is uncomfortable. And he has a rep for being creepy. Yeah, no. That guy needs to shut the fuck up and go the fuck away. I can't for the life of me remember the name of the website in school that could check if your work was AI plagiarized or copied from another student. The one I used was GPT-0. There are several, but they don't necessarily... Like, it's technically impossible to check to see if it's AI written, like 100%, but what you can do is you can cross-reference whatever you got into the way AI usually writes stuff, because humans make errors, AI doesn't. So, if it's like too flawless, it's quite obviously AI written. And like, the school one, I don't know the school one. But the thing is, well, like, when you teach, you kind of don't need a plagiarism or like an AI checker, because you can see in a text if it's written by an AI or not. Like, AI has a very distinctive text and, feel and look to it. And it's, in my opinion at least, it's just very clear when people have used AI. So that's something I try to use when rewriting my cover letter here. DJ Richie Rich. Ooh, this is nice. Not hating this version. Alright, there we go, that's my second Kabuko. Urkund. Oh, right, yeah. Swedish version of Turnitin is called Original. From Linus Urkund. Yeah. That's the one. And the Google query was Lich's Swedish version of Turnitin. Well done, enemy, trying to remember it without Google. Such a good boy. Alright. Playing Pokemans? Oh my gosh, do it. Fucking enjoy the Pokemans. Man, I want to play Pokemans as well. Think I might be winning this one, gang. Like, I might place first. Oh, he's the cyber boss now as well. No, nothing there. Just gonna give him more. There we go. Oh, there's a wild golette in chat. Oh, come on. I don't survive this? Dope, dude. He's just level 8 as well, and I'm level 10. That's Slayers, Vanguards, Bastion. No, Cypher. Ah, that's how. Smart. Alright. I'm gonna stop streaming soon. Gotta eat. Gotta prepare for the rest of my day. Download as a PDF document. There we go. Second place. Nice. You know what? This is as good a place as any to log off. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Oh, come on. There we go. Thanks for the stream, mate. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Y'all are very nice. Think we're gonna raid out. We're probably gonna raid out to Sydney Maya. She's playing some Warframe. And she got that good music going. You the goat? No, you the goat. Broski. Alright, hopefully y'all aren't getting inundated with different sounds now. But yeah, Sydney is playing some Warframe. And she's listening to some dope-ass music. So we're joining her. And tell her Doc sent ya. Love you all. Thanks for joining. And goodbye. I'm so stupid.